If everyone could take their seats, I do have my quorum, so I intend to begin, please. So, thank you, everyone. I see quorum from the committee, so we will begin. Before the dinner break, the Secretariat introduced SC 74 Doc 39 on closure of domestic ivory markets, the report of the Secretariat. The committee has been invited to take note. Take note of the report submitted. So this is in paragraph 29 of the document. And the committee also is invited to encourage parties to pay attention to the provisions contained in 11.3, to request a reminder, to, of course, assist the Standing Committee in its report to the Conference of the Parties, and to agree that decisions 18.117 to 119 have been completed. So I am now looking for your views on the recommendations in this document. I would really ask parties to focus their attention on the recommendations before us. So I will start with members of the Standing Committee. Members of the Standing Committee who wish to intervene on document 39, please. Israel.
Oops. Thank you, Chair. While we generally applaud and support this document, we do have certain misgivings concerning recommendation D under item 30, which declares that decisions 18.117 to 18.119 have been fully implemented and thus can be deleted. Item 21 reports that there were, quote, a limited number of responses, end quote. It offers 3 conclusions concerning domestic ivory markets, but these conclusions are prefaced by an ambiguous disclaimer, quote, it could be, end quote. This is not persuasive enough for us. There are parties with legal domestic ivory markets that have not reported, and consequently, we believe it is premature to delete these 3 decisions. We request recommendation D be deleted from this document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Israel. So Israel is supportive of the recommendations, with the exception of recommendation D. And I also understand that, therefore, you would prefer that the Standing Committee recommend that decisions be renewed. Thank you. Thank you, Israel. I'll continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee. And at this time, I'll also invite observer parties who wish to comment on document 39 to raise their flags. Singapore, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We thank the Secretariat for preparing the report on the measures countries are taking to ensure their domestic ivory markets are not contributing to poaching or illegal trade. Singapore supports the CITES Secretariat's recommendation as outlined in the report. Singapore would like to update that Singapore's domestic trade ban in elephant ivory came into effect on 1st September last year, despite Singapore's insignificant domestic ivory market. Singapore had amended our laws to prohibit the sale of elephant ivory and ivory products and public display of elephant ivory products for the purpose of sale in Singapore that came into effect on 1st September last year. It is a strict ban, where there's no exemption for sale of elephant ivory and its products. This nationwide ban highlights Singapore's resolve in the fight against illegal trade in species protected by CITES. Singapore remains firmly committed to combating the illegal trade in ivory and wildlife. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your intervention, for your brief intervention. I will see if there are other observer parties as well as standing committee members who wish to take the floor. United States, please.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair. The United States supports continued efforts to close domestic markets for commercial trade in raw and worked ivory through legislative and enforcement actions by the parties. We thank the Secretariat for its report and commend those parties that have reported steps to either close or actively examine closing their domestic ivory markets. The United States firmly believes all legal commercial ivory markets legitimize and fuel demand, provide cover for illegal trade, and confound law enforcement efforts to detect and combat ivory trafficking globally. As such, we disagree with the Secretariat's stance in paragraph 25 of its report that additional reporting as required in Decision 18.117 may not be necessary. Instead of deleting Decision 18.117 and 18.119 as recommended in paragraph 30D, the United States would recommend that the Standing Committee renew Decisions 18.117 through 18.119 through the next intercessional period. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. So you concur with Israel on that point. European Union.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretariat for their report. We would just make one small observation that our reply to notification 21005 has not been reported by Secretariat, but this omission I would like to point out. But in any case, we are pleased to provide an update on recent measures taken by the EU as regards domestic ivory markets, as contained in information document SC 74 information Inf 10. These measures significantly restrict the trade in raw and worked ivory in the EU. In the interest of time, I will just refer to this info document and invite all participants to consult it. As regards the recommendations from the Secretariat contained in paragraph 30 of document 39, we support the interventions from Israel and the United States in the sense of the need to retain the decisions or to renew the decisions 18117 to 18119 in order for parties to continue reporting on their efforts. In addition, we would like to put forward the idea or the proposal to invite the Secretariat and invite the Standing Committee to invite the Secretariat and Traffic to engage with the CITES Technical Advisory Group in preparing the CITES report to COP19, to advise whether an analysis of ivory seizures connected to parties with legal domestic markets for commercial trade in ivory could be undertaken, and to include such an analysis in the report if feasible. We think that this would help providing useful information about the extent to which legal domestic markets may risk influence illegal domestic trade, illegal international trade. Sorry. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, European Union. Next, I have China, followed by Burkina Faso. China, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China welcomes the measures adopted voluntarily by these countries with respect to domestic trade in ivory, and we recognize the positive role these measures have played with respect to the reduction in illegal trade in ivory. However, we would also note that some countries have not yet closed their domestic ivory markets, and those countries do have some illegal trade in ivory. Some countries have undertaken to close their domestic markets but have not yet implemented all necessary measures. We would agree with Israel, the United States, and the European Union. It does seem to us to be rather premature to delete decisions 18117 to 18119. We would also suggest that the Standing Committee recommend to COP19 the decisions 18117 to 18119 be renewed in order to ensure that domestic ivory markets do not contribute to illegal trade in ivory. Thank you.
Thank you, China. So I'm getting a good sense. There seems to be agreement on the approach, including the renewal. I have Burkina Faso, followed by the United Kingdom. And seeing no further requests, hopefully we will be able to wrap this up. So Burkina Faso, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Nous remercions le Secretariat pour ce
We would like
document.
to thank the Secretariat for this document.
Que tout marché
We
légal
would stress
offre la
that
possibilité
any
de
legal market offers opportunity for laundering ivory and can therefore make a contribution to illegal trade and poaching. Based on the information that we have in InfDoc 18 on the Japanese ivory market and its contribution to the illegal trade in ivory, we feel that decisions 18117 to 18119 have not been fully implemented. Those parties that have not yet closed their domestic ivory markets must continue to report on the situation until matters have been completely resolved. We feel that these decisions should be renewed by COP19 rather than deleted. And in conclusion, we would remind that countries with markets that are still open, such as Japan, must keep a very close eye on such markets. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. And again, I do seem to hear a consensus on the view regarding the decisions. I have a request from the United Kingdom, perhaps Gabon, and then I'm hoping I can close so that we can continue to move through our agenda. United Kingdom?
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it brief. We just wanted to say that we agree with the interventions by Israel and the other parties that the decisions 18.117 and 18.119 should be renewed. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Gabon, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gabon takes note of the Secretariat's report and the comments made by different parties. We would be opposed to the deletion of decisions 18117 to 18119. The existence of legal ivory markets remains a concern. Any legal market provides opportunities for ivory laundering. Such markets also stimulate demand, which leads to illegal trade and poaching. The reports provided by those parties that have not closed their domestic ivory markets do not give enough information about how successfully they are tackling illegal trade and poaching. Furthermore, recent NGO reports have highlighted illegal trade in ivory that has been acquired on legal markets, notably in Japan. In other words, legal markets do tend to feed illegal markets, which means that elephants' lives are threatened. We would support Israel, the European Union, the United States, China, and Burkina Faso. We feel that decisions 18117 to 18119 should be renewed. We would also support the EU's proposal that the Mike ETIS working group be requested to analyze the situation with respect to those parties that have not yet closed their ivory markets. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. I'm hearing a good consensus in this room in terms of the recommendations. So I would like to move to conclude the discussion. So unless there is disagreement with the recommendations, including the recommendation to renew decisions 18117 to 18119, I feel like I've heard agreement on those points. So that's good. So that is the conclusion that I believe the Standing Committee is going to come to. Perhaps I will see if there's one or two organizations who wish to intervene on this topic, and then I will conclude our discussion. So I'll take the one intervention. Okay, I will take those two interventions, and then that will be the end of the interventions from observers. I see. The Japan Tiger and Elephant Fund and IWMC. So Japan Tiger and Elephant Fund, please.
Thank you, Chair. This statement is provided by Japan Tiger and Elephant Fund, the Environmental Investigation Agency, David Sheffield Wildlife Foundation, Foundation Franz Weber, Center for Biological Diversity, and 12 other NGOs whose names have been sent to the Secretariat. Resolution Conf 1010, paragraph 3, adopted by consensus at COP17, recommends the urgent closure of legal domestic ivory markets that contribute to poaching or illegal trade. In response to the adoption of this important paragraph, and with thanks to the United States and China for their leadership, major ivory markets around the world have closed, including most recently European Union, Hong Kong SAR of China, Israel, Singapore, and United Kingdom. Recognizing the ongoing value of the resolution and the importance of its implementation, COP18 followed up with Decision 18117 to 18119, calling again for parties that have not closed their domestic ivory markets to report on measures they are taking to ensure that their markets are not contributing to poaching or illegal trade. As we know, legal domestic markets stimulate demand for ivory and provide the opportunity to launder ivory into international trade. For example, recent open source information indicates seizures of ivory illegally exported from Japan have been made by China's enforcement authorities on a consistent basis. Between 2018 to 2020, EIA documented 76 seizures of ivory sourced from Japan, made in other jurisdictions, mostly in China. It is evident that despite recent amendments, Japan's ivory controls remain ineffective at preventing illegal ivory exports sourced from Japan's domestic legal market, and that its market contributes to illegal trade. We have unfinished business. Therefore, we agree with previous interventions by the parties calling for the Standing Committee to recommend COP19 to renew decisions 18117 to 18119 and urge Japan to close its domestic ivory market. We further agree with EU proposal to urge the Standing Committee to ask the CITES tag to provide an analysis of ivory seizures data connected to CITES parties with legal domestic ivory markets for commercial trade in ivory, including Japan, and direct the Secretariat to include the analysis in its CITES report to COP19, so that the COP can determine whether those markets are contributing to poaching or illegal trade or not. And for the Standing Committee to further recommend COP19 to extend this reporting requirement through inclusion in a decision. Progress has been made, but we still have
I'm sorry,
much work
but
to
can
do
I ask you to
as
wrap it up, please?
Yes.
We are very behind.
Yes, to end the threat to elephants from the ivory trade. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Japan Tiger and Elephant Fund. I also agreed to take a hopefully brief intervention from IWMC. IWMC, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I have serious problem with the basis of all of the decisions we might be taking respecting domestic ivory market, because they are based on two erroneous perceptions. The first one is that legal domestic markets create opportunities for laundering illegal ivory. I never heard any substantial evidence of such occurring. And on the other end, there is several examples of legal activities being deterrent for illegal ones. And even in CITES, we have two famous examples that the legal activities have come to the rescue of species. It is well known that the poaching of vicuñas, driving the species to extinction, was eliminated by a perfectly controlled legal market. The story of the crocodilians, whose decline created by illegal activities, was eliminated by the development of robust mechanisms. And here we are, applying a completely different principle to the activity dealing with ivory. The second erroneous perceptions, and I close with that, is that some parties have decided to implement stricter domestic measures. The fact that some parties have decided to implement stricter domestic measures respecting ivory trade does not constitute evidence that domestic trade is part of the CITES agenda and part of its term of reference. The text of the convention is not at all taking care of domestic activities. It's not CITES' responsibilities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, IWMC. And I had hoped to wrap up, but I see two parties who have wished to intervene, so I will take these last two, then I've closed the floor, and I will wrap up. I will start with Zimbabwe and conclude with Japan. Zimbabwe, please, you have the floor.
Thank you and good evening, Chair. Zimbabwe is one of the key elephant range areas in Africa. We take pride in ensuring that we protect and conserve our wildlife heritage, including elephants. Zimbabwe is a well-regulated and tightly monitored domestic ivory market to ensure that any legal trade does not contribute to poaching of elephants or illegal trade. Please find Zimbabwe's detailed response to notification to parties number 2020/026 on Annex 10 of SC74, document 39, for more information. We are worried when CITES sets a procedure of meddling in domestic trade issues, which is beyond its mandate. However, we take note and we are in support of the recommendations by the Secretariat. I submit.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. And my final intervention is from Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me raise some points respecting the comments in the floor. The proponents to the elimination of Japan legal ivory trade are unable to use high poaching rates to argue for close of domestic markets, so they are targeting ivory seizures from Japan to China that took place 2018 to 2020. We would like to stress that in Japan, all ivory stockpiles are subject to specific laws and regulations. The fact that a report from Japan about illegal international trade of ivory is restrictive is simply because ivory trade itself is quite limited. We would like to recall that Convention facilitates legal trade in specimens of wild species through appropriate protection measures, including those applicable in exporting parties and in importing parties. We would like to stress that ivory stockpiles in Japan are legitimately accumulated in accordance with CITES procedures, and we would like to express our concern that stockpile itself is put in question regardless of legitimate CITES procedures. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. Thank you to all the parties and observers who have intervened on this item. Based on the discussion, I believe it is my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with recommendation 29A to take note of the document and the reports submitted by those countries. We have considered the various reports. I also believe that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendation in paragraph 30, little a, little b, and little c. However, the Standing Committee does not agree with the recommendation in paragraph 30, little d, but rather the Standing Committee would request that decisions 18117 to 18119 be renewed by the Conference of the Parties. And so perhaps I'll add that the Standing Committee can instruct the Secretariat to update the time elements in those decisions, such as the references to the COP, for their submission to the 19th Conference of the Parties. In addition, we take note of the advice provided by the European Union regarding the analysis. It's my suggestion that, one moment. So it's my suggestion that so the Standing Committee takes note of the advice provided by the European Union and requests the Secretariat bring this advice to the TAG for discussion, and if it's feasible for them to undertake the analysis proposed, for them to consider doing so. So thank you, everyone, and I believe that concludes our discussion of document 39. And I would now turn our attention to document 12. So our attention is now SC 74 Doc 12. So this document has been prepared by the Secretariat, so I'll turn to the Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chair. The review of the CITES program. At its 70th meeting, the Standing Committee adopted the terms of reference for a review of the Elephant Trade Information System, CITES. At COP 18, parties adopted decisions on the review of the CITES program, and based on Decision 18.18 on overlapping reporting requirements in CITES and the annual illegal trade report were included in the terms of reference for the review. The Secretariat would like to thank China and the Netherlands for the financial support for the review of the CITES program. The executive summary of the consolidated report is attached as Annex 1 to the document. For ease of reference, the key findings and recommendations by the Data Management and Statistical Analysis Consultant that are technical in nature are attached in Annex 2 to the document. The full reports were made available in an information document, SC 74 Inf 1. It is important to note that the reviewers had to deal with a moving target because traffic implemented a number of changes based on previous requests of the Standing Committee, including the release of CITES Online that enables parties to access, download or upload seizure data and verify if they have been implicated in illegal trade. The key findings and recommendations of the review are summarized in paragraphs 13 to 23, and the comments submitted by members of the CITES subgroup are summarized in paragraphs 25 to 28, followed by the observations by the Secretariat. A few highlights in terms of the findings by the reviewers. The CITES program review was conducted in line with the UNEP evaluation policy and the UNEP program evaluation manual, and the program's performance was assessed in terms of strategic relevance, effectiveness, efficiency, sustainability, and impact. The assessment finding was that CITES's overall performance could be rated as satisfactory based on the assessed criteria. The reviewers emphasized that the CITES tag should play a more active role in a number of areas, including the identification and use of covariates, ensuring the applicability and appropriateness of data sources and the use of the data, and the use and interpretation of the cluster analysis. The need to further strengthen the CITES Technical Advisory Group with expertise relating to the illegal trade in wildlife to enhance the expertise to undertake these tasks were also emphasized. The review found that amendments to paragraph 27G of Resolution Conf 1010 Ref COP 18 and to Annex 1 on monitoring illegal trade in ivory and other elephant specimens are required to address the findings. The review concluded that the CITES analysis can support CITES processes and decision-making, such as the NIA process, but CITES parties should note that CITES was not designed to be a data-driven instrument to justify compliance activities. The reviewers proposed that the provisions on data sharing and access policies in the two relevant resolutions on trade in elephant specimens and national reports should be refined and aligned. The observations by the Secretariat are contained in paragraphs 29 to 42. The Secretariat notes that the implementation of most recommendations would require additional funding and that broad timeframes for implementation have been provided by the reviewers. The Secretariat therefore recommends the development of a costed action plan to guide the implementation of the recommendations for consideration by COP19. The Standing Committee is invited to consider the recommendations contained in paragraph 44 of documents SC 74, Doc 12, that includes proposed amendments to Resolution Conf 1010 and Resolution Conf 11.17 contained in annexes to the document, as well as a request to the Secretariat to prepare, in consultation with the Standing Committee through its chair, and based on further guidance by the CITES tag and CITES subgroup, recommendations for consideration at COP19. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So we have heard the report of the Secretariat on the review of the EDIS program. Paragraph 44 has some recommendations to the Standing Committee, which include proposed amendments to Resolution Conf 1010, so you can see those in the annexes to the document, as well as proposed amendments to Resolution 1117, and a proposal to task the Secretariat, Traffic, and the Mike EDIS tag with the oversight of the subgroup to review the recommendations and provide a costed action plan to the Conference of the Parties. So I will open the floor first to members of the Standing Committee who wish to comment on this document. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We thank the Secretariat for this report, and we thank all those involved in this important review. We support the suggested changes to ResConf 10.10 Ref COP as presented in Annex 3 of the document about the sharing of data with IQIC, as well as the changes presented in Annex 4 with several recommendations or changes, including, for example, the inclusion of the deadline of the 31st of October each year for data submission and the acceptability of use of data from the annual illegal trade report. This will help in the reporting burdens from parties, so we certainly appreciate this. We also want to highlight the importance of regular funding and express serious concerns with the shortfall in funding for traffic and the repercussions for EDIS. With regards to the suggested changes to Resolution Conf 11.17 Ref COP 18 on national reports in Annex 5, we support the intention, but we are a bit in doubt about the wording of the new added sentence, and we would propose the last sentence to read as follows. And any data related to seizures of elephant specimens to ETIS, to support the monitoring, and then it can go on as it was initially foreseen. If it's not clear, I can repeat, but and apart from that, we generally, we support the recommendations as laid out in paragraph 44. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. And I would, if you could just read again your amendment to the language proposed in Annex 5.
Certainly. So instead of where the new suggested text would start, our suggested text would also start. So, comma, and any data related to seizures of elephant specimens to ETIS, comma, to support the monitoring, and then the sentence can continue. It seemed to us that this would be more clear than the suggestion that was there, but we fully support the intention there. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Yes, that seems to be more of a grammatical than a substantive change, and so, and I asked you to repeat it just because I missed a bit of it. So thank you, Belgium, for your support of the revisions outlined in Annex 3 and 4, and your support of the revisions in Annex 5 with those editorial amendments, and the request in the paragraph E of the document, of paragraph 44E. Okay, I will continue to take interventions from members of the Standing Committee. I see Indonesia followed by China.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, colleagues. I will read a statement on behalf of Indonesia and on behalf of Malaysia, one of our members in a region that are not able to join us today. First, I will read the Indonesia statement, very short. Mainly, we appreciate the Secretariat for the report, and we support the recommendation in that report. And that ends Indonesian's comment, while I will now read this statement on behalf of the esteemed delegation of Malaysia. Malaysia welcomes the report on the review of the ETIS program. Related to this, we also urge the NIA process to treat parties equitable and rely on ETIS data and other research or expert opinion. Malaysia supports the Secretariat's proposal that clear guidance on or criteria be developed to guide the clustering of parties in the ETIS report that forms the basis for identifying parties to participate in the NIA process. In regard to the deadline for submission of seizure data, Malaysia also supports the recommendation by the Secretariat that a final deadline for submission of seizure data within 90 days of its occurrence be retained, but the final deadline for submission of seizure data be included and aligned with the deadlines for submission of annual illegal trade report. That ends my reading on Malaysia's statement, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Indonesia, and Indonesia on behalf of Malaysia. China, please.
Thank you, Chair. China would like to appreciate the Secretariat's work. We have 3 observations on the document on the ETIS review. First of all, we agree in principle with the amendment on Annex 3 of the document, specifically on paragraph 27G on the resolution Conf 1010 of the COP18. The ETIS data can be shared with the members of IQIC. However, that sharing of data, we need to have the concerned parties' agreement before doing so, in agreement with paragraph 4 of the Res Conf 1110. Our second comment, which we understand that the Secretariat has the intention of lifting the load of work of parties, combining the report of the ETIS with the annual report on illegal trade. However, it seems inappropriate to communicate the data included in the annual report on illegal trade by the members of IQIC to a third party like ETIS would be, because the parties have the right to not share that data with IQIC. In order to solve this problem, we would suggest that the data relative to elephants included in the annual reports on illegal trade not be shared with ETIS unless if done via the Secretariat. Thirdly, and because trade within the CITES context means export, import, re-export, or introduction from the sea, if the guidelines demand submitting national seizures, this would go beyond the CITES mandate and modifies de facto the Convention's text. In the absence of a means to guarantee the submitting of international seizures, the submitting of the data on national domestic seizures cannot be justified, and therefore China does not agree with the amendment that aims at including domestic seizures in Annex 4 of this document. As a conclusion, we would like to propose 3 amendments. In page 32 of the English version of the document, in page 37 in the French version, amendment to 27G of the Conference Resolution 1010 of Annex 3 of this document. We would like to suggest adding after the existing amendment, that means to the members of IQIC, the International Consortium on Combating Wildlife Crime, for global research and analysis, the following elements, unless otherwise specified by the reporting party in accordance with paragraph 4 in Resolution Conf 1117 in the Rev COP 18. In English,
by the reporting party in accordance with paragraph 4 in Res Conf 11.7, Rev. Cop 18. Second, deuxième à la page 36.
Second, in page 36 in the English document, page 42 in the French version, Annex 5 of the current document, we would suggest adding the sentence, if prepared by the Secretariat, between the seized elephant specimens and be put at the ETI's disposition. The language will therefore be in French, and that all the data of the seized elephant specimens and adding prepared by the Secretariat be made available to ETIs to support the follow-up of illegal ivory trade and other elephant specimens as included in Resolution Conf 1010 Rev Cop 18. Third comment in page 33 of the English version, page 38 in the French version, we would suggest that the following sentence in Annex 4 be deleted. Irrespective of whether the seizure was made at an international border or at a domestic level, for example, during the search of a private or business property, or during inspections at domestic markets, the following data on all seizures for violations involving ivory and other elephant specimens are collected by Traffic in collaboration with the CITES Secretariat. That's all. Thank you.
Do you have a point of order? Japan, do you have a point of order?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As for the report to ETIS concerning seized ivory within the country, as a received proposal on resolution conf 1010 with respect to the provision.
Sorry, Japan, did you have a point of order?
Sorry?
Because I haven't closed the debate yet. We are continuing, but if you have a point of order on...
Excuse me.
Oh, okay, yeah. So duly noted. Once we talk with the standing committee members, I will take note of the parties. China, I'm just trying to make sure I understood your proposal for Annex 5. If I understood this correctly, so this is the amendments to Resolution Conf 11.17. So you're suggesting that data related to seizures of elephant specimens as prepared by the Secretariat and provided to ETIS, like you want the Secretariat to prepare the, okay, thank you. Thank you, China. So thank you, China, for your intervention. You've made a few points, including edits you would like to see in Annex 3, Annex 4, and Annex 5. So of course, I'll let parties reflect on those, and we will continue. So I will see if there's more interventions from members of the Standing Committee, and I will also invite parties who wish to intervene. So Japan, followed by Singapore, and then the United States.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As for the report, it is concerning seized ivory within the country. As a result, proposal on resolution conf 1010 with respect to the provisions on the national ivory. This delegation thinks it should be appropriately to judge that the scope related to the report is illegal trade in specimens from the illegal international trade within the country, or each party reports it as voluntarily on a basis of concept that the international trade is beyond a mandate of CITES. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. And I think what I heard from you is that in the proposed amendments in Annex 4, the paragraph that China referenced, you would agree that it would be to delete?
Yes, it's
correct.
Sure.
Okay, good. I understood. Excellent. I like it when I understand. Singapore, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Singapore has consistently raised issues on the ETS analysis at the 17th and 18th Conference of Parties and the 69th and 70th meeting of the Standing Committee. Following the 70th meeting, a review of the ETS program was initiated, and Singapore has contributed our observations on the ETS methodology on the 25th February 2019 to the Secretariat and the MIC ETS Technical Advisory Group, as well as the independent consultants to consider in the review process. Singapore would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing the report on the review of the ETS program SC 74.12 based on the COP 18.69.1, and thank the independent consultants on the full review reports SC Information Document 1. The review had confirmed concerns which Singapore raised previously on the ETS methodology, including the implications of making assumptions, the implications of using weak proxy variables, and the effect of each proxy variable. The cluster analysis part of the ETS methodology remains unclear and subjective. There's still no explanation as to whether the clustering is based on previous year's reports or particular statistical criterion. Unfortunately, the consultants were also not able to engage the main statisticians responsible for the formulation of the ETS methodology during the review. We recognize that the ETS doesn't always have the benefit of full information or timely submission of that information. ETS should continue to increase transparency and improve data collection. It's not to embrace a methodology that is prone to subjective modeling, assumption, and variability. Transparency cannot be hindered by capacity constraints. Singapore would like to stress that the importance that assumptions and limitations of the analysis must be communicated clearly to all parties. In addition, as reiterated by Singapore in our report submitted to SC 69, SC 70, and SC 71, the analysis should take into consideration circumstances and context of the parties, including parties' existing measures, and whether the inclusion of parties to the National Ivory Action Plan would bring about significant impact beyond the measures already taken in place by the party. Ultimately, this is not about having a tool that's accurate, fair, and transparent. It's also about recognizing the limitations of the statistical model and the assumptions and proxies that are used. In this regard, we have some proposed amendments to Annex 4 of the SC 74 Document 12 to reflect the views we have shared earlier. Under Section 2 on data scope, we agree with the Secretariat on the importance of making clear the minimum required information needed for submission of an ivory seizure record. As these data should be verified by parties, we suggest adopting language in Section 5 and insert in consultation with the relevant parties at the end of the sentence of the following data relating to seizures of elephant specimens will be collected by parties and consolidated and analyzed by traffic in collaboration with the CITES Secretariat and the CITES Tech, and adding there, in consultation with the relevant parties. Alternatively, we may want to drop this line completely as it may be repetitive of information already present in Section 5 on information, data analysis, and interpretation. The last paragraph of Section 2, we note that parties will be informed of any revisions in the subsidiary data used in the analysis. Beyond notification, it's important that the rationale of the change should be clearly articulated to all parties as well. We suggest adding in the last sentence, parties will be informed about the additional data elements to be added, and adding here its rationale through a notification on the CITES website. Under Section 5 on information, data analysis and interpretation, beyond providing parties with the statistical model, underlying code and supporting documentation, we would like to stress that it's important for parties to understand how the adjusted value and model estimates are being derived. We suggest to insert the following text after the phrase supporting documentation, and we add here, including how the data is processed, bias adjusted, and then used in the ETS analysis. We also suggest that the review of the statistical modeling and techniques should be reported to the Standing Committee. So we suggest adding to this sentence, the statistical modeling and techniques will be reviewed and refined as deemed necessary by the TAG, Traffic, and the CITES Secretariat, and submitted to the ETS subgroup of the Standing Committee for consideration, and, adding here, be reported to the Standing Committee. In conclusion, the ultimate aim of the ETS review is to ensure that the ETS analysis will be understood, accepted, and used confidently and appropriately by the parties in fulfillment of the requirements set out in Resolution Conf 10.10. Singapore would like to reiterate the importance of the analysis being fair, robust, transparent, and scientifically sound. Our proposed amendments will support these outcomes. Other than that, we support the rest of the recommendations in the document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Singapore. And I'm afraid I didn't quite follow where you were making some of those insertions. You moved a bit quickly. So I understood that in Annex 4 of Doc 12, in paragraph 2, in the second new paragraph, the following data, you wanted to add in consultation with the relevant parties or consider its deletion in entirety. So I understood that one. I understood your final point in paragraph 5 in the new language that's being included in the proposed in the resolution, the underlined language in the final paragraph that reads the statistical methodology. You wish to insert, so it would read the statistical methodology, underlying code, and supporting documentation, and then you wish to insert including how the data is processed, bias adjusted, and used, will be made available, et cetera, et cetera. And at the end of that new addition, you would also ask that the submission to the ETS subgroup also be reported to the Standing Committee. So I understood that one. However, you had a middle paragraph, and I wasn't sure which paragraph you were referring to. So if you could point us all to the correct paragraph, please.
Thank you, Chair. The last paragraph of Section 2. So there's a sentence there that says parties will be informed about the additional data elements to be added. And we just want to add these two words, its rationale through a notification and on CITES website.
Thank you, Singapore. So that last paragraph of paragraph 2, the very last sentence, parties will be informed about the additional data elements to be added and its rationale through a notification, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you, Singapore.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, I had the United States, please.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair. The United States supports the Secretariat's recommendations, except for the change in the deadline. And we support the EU's proposed amendments, but we caution against other substantive cuts that have been proposed. In regards to the ETS reporting deadline, the United States recommends it remains March 31st. While we appreciate the reduction in reporting burden and benefits of aligning more with the illegal trade report, CITES has a special process for significant use, and this delay may have an impact on CITES analysis, as the data will be received at least 7 months later each year if the amendment to Resolution Comp 10 Rev Cop 18 Annex 1 Paragraph 4 on data collection and compilation outlined in Annex 4 to Document 12 are adopted.
Thank you, United States. You expressed your concern with the change in deadline and agree with the EU proposed amendment, but caution against the others. So thank you, that was clear. So I will continue to take interventions from parties. Also, obviously, standing committee members, and I'll also invite observers, and perhaps if traffic wishes to intervene, given the important role you play in this, I'm happy to take so I will take 2 interventions. I believe traffic raised your flag, and then WWF. So traffic, please.
Thank you, Chair. Traffic appreciates the review commissioned by the Secretariat on behalf of the parties. We are encouraged that the CITES program received an overall satisfactory score and that the reviewers found traffic to be objective in its use of available data and the analysis to be data-driven. In regards to Annex 4 of SC 74 Doc 12, which proposed revisions to Annex 1 of Resolution Conf 1010, Traffic would like to suggest alternative wording to paragraph 2 relating to minimum data requirements. We suggest a 3-tiered listing of the data as A, minimum information to allow a record to be included in the trend analysis, B, additional trade route information that informs the modeling, and C, optional information that is used contextually to understand illegal activity. Having more comprehensive information will strengthen the robustness of the analysis that helps inform decision-making by the parties, as was also noted earlier by Gabon in the relations to understanding illegal trade routes. Further, traffic notes that clarification is warranted to the proposed addition in relations to data ownership of data that are not submitted by the parties and are used in the CITES analysis. These are currently referred to as, quote, all other data, information, measures, end quote, and we have shared alternative language that provides clarifications on this with the Secretariat. In regards to the suggestion to make October 31st the CITES reporting due date in line with that of the CITES illegal trade report, Traffic recognizes that this could reduce the reporting burdens on the parties. However, we wish to note that if adopted, the CITES trend analysis for a given year will only be available 18 months after the end of that year. Finally, we are pleased that with the launch of CITES Online, which provides parties with access to their data, thus ensuring transparency, several review recommendations have already been addressed. Other general recommendations to improve on the covariates and the methodologies are being explored, and we look forward to working closely with the Mike CITES tag and the Secretariat to prioritize an action plan in time for COP19. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Traffic, and I'll take the final intervention from WWF, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. WWF is pleased and honoured to have been able to contribute financially to the production of the CITES analysis for COP19. We are reassured, therefore, but not surprised, that For the most part, the review endorsed the operation and decision-making process as it stands, and its appropriateness as a basis for compliance-related decisions. Nevertheless, most of the recommendations for changes will improve the operation, transparency and sustainability of ITIS. That said, we would like to make remarks on 4 points. Firstly, we do not consider that the annual illegal trade report format nor its due date are sufficient for ITIS reporting. While we do support efforts to synergize reporting cycles, it must be recognized that the annual illegal trade report and ITIS were conceived to achieve very different objectives. The latter, which deals uniquely only with elephants, requires more information submitted in a timely manner to achieve its objectives than the former. This is why the parties specified the 90-day reporting requirement for seizures of elephants in Resolution Conf 10.10 Rev Cop 18. Secondly, while ITIS scored highly satisfactory on strategic relevance, it only scored moderately likely on sustainability due to funding inconsistency and uncertainty that was determined as an impediment for meeting the ITIS objectives, enhancing its functionality and ensuring its robustness. Therefore, we are encouraged by the Secretariat's proposal in the next agenda item to ensure funding for the ITIS and MIC programs for the next 5 years. Thirdly, we do not believe that the ITIS analyses should limit themselves to data supplied by parties. While we are fine with having more clarity about the criteria for accepting data from other sources, the driving principle should be to draw data from as many sources as possible. Finally, we strongly believe that data from seizures that take place within a country's borders should be reported in order to understand the full picture of trade in illegal ivory. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, WWF, and thank you to all the interventions I've heard. So taking note in the previous report that the Mike ITIS subgroup is meeting at the margins of this meeting, I believe perhaps we can ask that subgroup to take into consideration some of the comments heard here in relation to Annex 3, 4, and 5. And so I would ask that subgroup to reflect on some of the comments heard from, I think it was China, on Annex 3 and the sort of the specification by the reporting party on the sharing of information. I would ask them to pay consider Annex 4 and the Section 2, as there seems to be a number of different views on how to address this point. And it can also take into account and take into consideration and discuss the suggestions from Singapore in paragraph 5 or section 5 of Annex 4. So it looked like section 2 and section 5 had some questions. And then also look at the comments provided by China and also the correction or the proposal by the EU to Annex 5, which is the amendment to Resolution 1117. So those seem to be the scope of the discussion here. So that's the amendments in Annex 3, the amendments in Annex 5, and then Section 2 and Section 5 of the amendments proposed in Annex 4. Does that cover the date? And I'm not sure if that covers it, but if not, the committee can also, the subgroup can also consider this question on the date that the United States raised, the deadline. So I'd invite the subgroup to reflect on this and perhaps provide some advice back to the Standing Committee. With the remaining recommendations to the parties provided by the Secretariat. Okay, so those are the recommendations in B, C, and D, so we'll ask the Mike and ITIS subgroup to take a look at those. It's my understanding that the committee agrees with the recommendation in E to request the Secretariat, Traffic, and the Technical Advisory Group with the oversight of the subgroup to prioritize recommendation and prepare a costed plan of action. And the Standing Committee also agrees to ask the Secretariat in consultation with the Standing Committee Chair, to bring forward relevant decisions to the Conference of Parties based on the discussions in the between the Secretariat Traffic and the Mike Eatis Technical Advisory Group with the oversight of the subgroup. And so if that's clear to my colleagues who will help the Mike and Eatis subgroup. Belgium, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry to intervene again. I just wanted to make it clear that from our side, the requested changes as suggested by Singapore and Japan would not be supported by us, but we agree on your suggested way forward to let the subgroup consider these comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Yes, I didn't want to imply that those, I would ask the consideration by the subgroup, as I didn't get a sense that there was agreement. Some parties did speak against some of those approaches. So I think some good discussion to understand and see if there's an area of common understanding in the subgroup would be worthwhile. Thank you. I think I will conclude that item. Parties, I really want you to reflect that we have spent an hour on 2 items, so at this pace we will not make it through this agenda. So again, I urge you to please focus your interventions on the decisions to be made at hand as tightly as you can. And I do anticipate that tomorrow I will start putting some time limits on interventions, as otherwise I fear that we will be here until I retire. So thank you. We will turn now to document 13. So this was prepared by the Secretariat, so I invite the Secretariat to introduce this report, document 13.
Thank you, Chair. At COP 18, the parties adopted decisions on Mike and Eatis programs, directing the Secretariat to develop possible approaches to address the financial and operational sustainability of the Mike and Eatis programs. Document SC 74-13 includes information focused on the Mike program, since the review of the Eatis program included these aspects. As noted in Resolution Conf 10.10, Rev COP 18, on trade in elephant specimens, it is expected that long-term support will be required to ensure the continuity and sustainability of national, regional, and global coordination, the provision of training and capacity building, and global data compilation, analysis, and reporting. This document focuses on the Secretariat's support to range states and on the resources required for meeting the Secretariat's responsibilities in the Resolution Conf 10.10 and to support Mike implementation in Africa and Asia. The support of all donors to the Mike program is acknowledged and appreciated, and the significant contribution by the European Union as the main multi-year donor of the program in Africa is recognized. Approaches implemented by the Secretariat to enhance operational sustainability and with the aim of reducing costs and increasing efficiencies and effectiveness are reflected on in the document, as well as funding diversification options. Information relating to future funding needs is provided, including options that include capacity building support to focal sites and those without. It should be noted that all options include support to Eatis and the IUCN specialist groups who are tasked to maintain a database of elephant population information in terms of Resolution Conf 10.10. The Secretariat's conclusions are reflected in paragraph 36, and recommendations for consideration by the Standing Committee are contained in paragraph 38, including draft decisions for consideration by COP 19. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So I invite the Standing Committee to consider the recommendations found in paragraph 38 of the document. including the consideration of draft decisions to submit to the Conference of the Parties. So I invite Standing Committee members to provide their views on the draft recommendations. And in particular, of course, silence will mean general agreement with the recommendations. I will also open the floor to observer parties. I will continue to open the floor to parties. I will see if there's one or two very, very short interventions from observers. Traffic, please.
Thank you, Chair. With the recent hiring of a senior analyst, Traffic has brought in-house analysis capacities that were previously contracted to consultant statisticians, thus somewhat limiting the extent of method exploration and improvements. Despite also adding the responsibility of all aspects of EDIS Online, the EDIS staff program capacity of 2 people has remained unchanged since the program's inception in the 1990s. There is therefore a dire need to increase our capacity to address these added responsibility as well as others that have been mentioned today. Traffic has been successful over the years in securing funding from the parties and other donors to effectively deliver on its mandated objectives. However, funding has always been relatively short-term and requires constant use of personnel time to fundraise and manage grant activities, thus diverting staff capacity from actual program improvements. In fact, the EDIS review stated that funding inconsistency and uncertainty are an impediment to meeting EDIS objectives, enhancing functionality, and ensuring robustness. At current staffing levels, funding is secured only through 2022 and partially secured for 2023. We just wanted to bring to the attention of the parties that we are now at a budget shortage of 60% for the next 3 years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Traffic, for bringing that to the attention of the parties. So I do not see any further requests for the floor, so I therefore conclude that the Standing Committee, first of all, doesn't want to come to my retirement party, and is in agreement with the recommendations of the Secretariat to note the items in subparagraph 38A, B, and C, as well as the request for a report to the 77th meeting. We encourage donors and parties to provide funds, and we agree with the submission of the draft decisions in paragraph F to the Conference of the Parties. Thank you very much, members of the Standing Committee and observers. With that, I close the discussion on document 13, and I now turn our attention to document 38. So document 38 on domestic markets for frequently illegally traded specimens has been prepared by the Secretariat. So Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Document 38 contains the report prepared by the Secretariat on domestic markets for frequently illegally traded specimens in accordance with Decision 17.87 Ref. Cop 18. The document is a summary of the full study prepared under the decision and contained in information document number 2 to this meeting. Annex 1 of this information document contains a detailed description of the methodology used to select the parties that are covered by the study. It is important to note that the study focused on domestic controls as set out in laws and regulations and did not analyze data on enforcement in practice. The study was completed in July 2020 and does not cover any later developments. This was when we thought we were going to have a standing committee meeting in October 2020. Apologies about that. The study contains some good practices and suggestions which are also summarized in the report by the Secretariat. Based on this study, the Secretariat identified 3 areas that it considers merit further consideration by the parties in order to strengthen domestic controls addressing illegal international trade in CITES-listed specimens of species for which international trade is predominantly illegal. And this is in accordance with the decision from the court. So first, Secretariat suggests that parties should ensure that domestic measures are sufficient to address the challenges of controlling wildlife trade in specimens of species included in Appendix 1. Second, parties should ensure that legal action can be taken in cases where evidence of legal acquisition cannot be provided by the owner, where this is reasonable to expect. And third, parties should ensure that legislative provisions also cover online trade and that authorities have the adequate means to tackle illegal trade online, as also discussed yesterday and mentioned under item 39 earlier today. These 3 suggestions are summarized in paragraph 50 of the report. Finally, the Secretariat suggests that further work on possession be undertaken by the Standing Committee and has proposed a draft decision to that effect as set out in the annex to the document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. So in SC 74, Doc 38 on domestic markets for frequently illegally traded specimens, the Secretariat has provided their report in reaction to decision 17.87 and provides recommendations in paragraph 50. So I will turn now to first the members of the Standing Committee for your views on the recommendations. And again, silence will be taken as agreement. I first invite members of the Standing Committee who wish to comment. Oceania, please.
Thank you, Chair. We're generally okay with the recommendations of the Secretariat, but if you'd indulge us one very small editorial suggestion on the draft decision 19AA. In subparagraphs A and B, I think correctly, just cognizant of our mandate, the trade references are all to illegal international trade. In subparagraph C, in the final reference to trade, the last line, it just says illegal trade. So we'd suggest the insertion of the word international. Thank you.
Thank you, Oceania. So I've taken that point. It looks like it's a consistency point. So I will continue to seek input from the members of the Standing Committee. And I'll also invite parties who wish to react. So I have Israel and Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you especially to the Secretariat for the hard work in preparing this document. And we would also like to make reference to INFDOC 2, which is the study that goes into a lot more depth on this issue of domestic trade in Appendix 1 species. And we found this really helpful because we've been dealing in Israel most specifically with the African gray, which moved from Appendix 2 to Appendix 1, and so its status changed. And we would be curious to learn more about how other parties deal with the change of a species from Appendix 2 to Appendix 1 in terms of its domestic treatment of that species. So we would suggest perhaps adding a few words to paragraph A in the draft decision of this document. So where it's explore where further guidance is needed on the implementation of the convention with respect to possession of specimens of species included in Appendix 1, comma, including species that have been transferred from Appendix 2 to Appendix 1, comma, and then continue the rest of the draft decision as is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Israel. So you just want to draw particular attention to those because if otherwise they are included in Appendix 1, but you just wanted that particular motion. Okay, thank you, Israel. Indonesia, please, and then followed by Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be reading a statement on behalf of the esteemed delegation of Malaysia again, who cannot attend our meeting. Malaysia welcomes the study of the domestic controls in consumer markets for specimens of CITES listed, which was completed in July 2020. There has been important changes in the national law in Peninsular Malaysia, in which the Wildlife Conservation and Amendment has been passed in the Parliament on the 26th of October 2021, which now provides heavier penalties and longer jail term for wildlife offenses, including online promoting and sale of protected species. Malaysia also supports the recommendation on the amendments of resolutions Conf 11.3, Ref COP 18 on compliance and enforcement. That ends this statement on behalf of Malaysia. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Canada, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just find my thing here, sorry, apologize. My apologies, I lost my document, sorry, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Apologies. Canada thanks the Secretariat for this report, and we can agree to the deletion of decisions 1787 and 1788. Canada notes the study. However, while we understand the reasons behind using trade in Appendix 1 listed species for the analysis, and we don't disagree that it's a good reference to use, we strongly caution against generalizing and referring to this type of trade as a proxy for CITES listed species for which international trade is predominantly illegal. In our view, this could be easily generalized as meaning all international trade of Appendix 1 species is illegal, and we would recommend that the word proxy with illegal and Appendix 1 trade, because there could be legal Appendix 1 trade, should not be used in that context in the future. Regarding the recommendation under paragraph 50B little I, we cannot support the inclusion of a new subparagraph in 15. We can support the inclusion, but with a small amendment. I'm getting tired, Chair, I apologize. We would like our amendment is to make it that the reference is specific to illegal wildlife trade. And we do not agree to having a broad statement that is aimed at regulating the possession domestically of wildlife in general, because that puts the burden of proof on the owner, and even when no linkage to illicit activities exists. So what we're hoping is for realistic measures that would be in place to cover any situation. Canada can take, with regards to the proposed amendments to Resolution 11.3, included in paragraph 47, Canada also proposes an addition to ensure this is specific to illegal trade. So the new paragraph would read little x, review and amend national legislation as necessary to enable authorities to take action in cases that are connected to the international illegal trade in fauna and flora, and continue on from there. We also wonder, and I will leave this to those that perhaps to think about other language that has been used in the CITES context, but we're not sure if cases would be equally understood in all languages to mean the same thing. So perhaps a word that has been more commonly used in enforcement cases could be used. Regarding paragraph 50B, III, on including a new subparagraph 15R as follows. The one that talks about ensure that legislative provisions cover online trade and so on. We support the principle, but we recognize that document 32, the review of resolution 11.3 on compliance and enforcement, addresses several gaps that have been identified in trade via the internet and enforcement issues with online trade, including training and online investigations related to wildlife crime linked to internet. And we would rather to avoid duplication of information, so we didn't see a need to have it repeated here, and we wouldn't, we would prefer that that paragraph was removed. Thank you, Chair.
So, Canada, I'm not quite sure I followed all the changes because I wasn't sure what your first reference was. We heard your caution on proxy, so that we can take note of that. I heard some amendments, some language amendments you wanted to make to the proposed paragraph X that's found in paragraph 47 of the document. And if I understood correctly, you would not support the inclusion of new subparagraph 15R, or at least you would prefer it not be included. Was there another amendment? It wasn't clear.
That's it. The one that we, for paragraph X, after cases, to add that are connected to the illegal trade in fauna and flora, comma, and international trade in fauna and flora, comma, and. It's so that it makes it specific rather than leaving it broad to any wildlife trade. Thank you, Chair. Does that make it clear?
Yes, sorry. I just thought that when your introduction, I thought you had a different, but I understand now that your amendment was just to the X.
I think it's just my lack of sleep. Sorry, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Canada. So again, we had a minor correction from Oceania on decision 19AA, and a more specific inclusion from Israel on decision 19AA in the annex. And also some textual scoping, I guess, from Canada in the proposed new paragraph for Resolution Conf 11.3 as written in paragraph 47 of the document. And I heard a preference for, from Canada to not include a new subparagraph 15R. So I will continue to take interventions to determine the view of the room. I have heard from standing committee members. I've opened the floor as well to observer parties. I see India and the United States. So India, please.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to the analysis of India's laws in the information document SC 74 Information 2, we would like to point out that the attainability and accuracy of such a study would have benefited from consultation with the Indian CITES Management Authority or even with legal professionals or experts from India. This does not appear to have been done. With regard to India being identified as having potential domestic markets for rhinoceros, Asian big cats, or pangolins, we would like to stress that the use of Caesar incidents in India as a basis for this conclusion is highly misleading. These Caesars point to the strength of enforcement action in the country. The poaching and illegal trade of these species in India is driven by demand for their parts and derivatives from beyond our borders. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India, and we take note of your comments. The United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We align with the intervention made by Canada with one exception. We support the recommendation in paragraph 50B III to include a new subparagraph 15R in Resolution Conference 11.3. We do not see it as a duplication, and we believe this amendment provides useful guidance to the parties to ensure legislative provisions cover online trade and that national agencies responsible for wildlife law enforcement be made aware of the challenges raised by online trade and provided with adequate means to tackle it. With regard to the proposed draft decision in the annex, we think similar guidance may be needed for Appendix 2 specimens subject to zero export quotas, and therefore recommend that these draft decisions also apply to such specimens. We propose that the draft decisions be amended by inserting the phrase, "and specimens included in Appendix 2 subject to CITES established zero export quotas," following the phrase, "specimens of species included in Appendix 1, found in draft decisions 19.AA, paragraphs A, B, and C. In the interest of time, I will not read the draft decisions with the inserted text. Anything else? Finally, with regard to the proposed amendments to Resolution Conf 11.3 on compliance and enforcement, we note these amendments may require some minor edits to conform to the amendments recommended in document SC 74, document 32 on review of Resolution Conf 11.3 on compliance and enforcement, report of the working group, decision 18.74. We recommend that the Secretariat identify these cross-references and clarifications, drawing on the decisions reached under Agenda Item 32 when preparing the proposal of the amendments proposed in this document for COP 19. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. So you indicated you feel we should keep the proposal in recommendation under paragraph 50B little III to have a new subparagraph 15R. And I understand that for the draft decision, you would also like this draft decision to be applied to species in Appendix 2 subject to zero export quotas. And so with Israel's amendment, as well as the United States, these decisions would apply to Appendix 1 species, including those that have been transferred from Appendix 2 to Appendix 1, as well as species in Appendix 2 subject to zero export quotas. So I'll continue to take views on these points. On your final points, yes, the United States, it was noted that there are some documents that have cross-references, as you noted, and I believe the Secretariat does, as a matter of business, prepare those for when they're presented to the Conference of the Parties so that they can be seen together. Thank you very much. I will continue to take interventions. I have Japan and then China. Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat to prepare this report. My delegation, however, have some concern on the effectiveness of domestic measures on restriction of possession compared to transport regulation. This point was not sufficiently discussed in the document, yet we believe that approaches taken for achieving the purpose of CITES should be various based on the status and system of each party. Therefore, we would like to appreciate the proposal of the making guidance in the draft decision 19.AA as having a certain significance. However, we would like to confirm that this guidance will be non-binding and each party can consider own domestic measures. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan. So what I take from your intervention is in decision 19AA, it would be to explore whether further non-binding guidance, etc. Thank you, Japan. China, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair.
Je souhaite être très bref.
I would like to be very brief. We have studied the report, specifically the study in the annex of the report, and we believe that this report has quite a lot of limitations, not only on the methods of research, but also on its pertinence. As for China, we have some reservations, and we have already exchanged with the Secretariat on this point. Thank you.
Thank you, China. I will continue to take interventions from parties. At this point, I might be able to invite one intervention from an observer. European Union, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. Very brief intervention, simply to say that we would like to thank you for this study, and we support the recommendations. It's very brief, but we thought it was important that we support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. Okay, I don't see any more interventions. I think I know where we're at, but you will correct me if I'm wrong. So thank you, parties, for your interventions. And I don't see any further requests for the floor. Based on what I heard here today, it's my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees to take note of the study and the information. I think we agree with the proposed amendment to 11.3 in subparagraph B little I to move subparagraph 12A. In the proposal subparagraph B little I, which is also found in paragraph 47 of the document, I think there's agreement to this inclusion with the precision provided by Canada. For the third point, to include a new subparagraph 15 little r, I heard Canada's preference to remove. However, I did hear one intervention to retain, and I didn't hear other interventions opposed. So it's my suggestion that this be retained as proposed by the Secretariat, so that the Standing Committee would support the inclusion of a new subparagraph 15R. And with respect to the draft decision in the annex to the document, document 38, it is my understanding that the committee agrees with the submission of a draft decision. We would like to amend it to explore further non-binding guidance, and that this draft decision would be encompassing species included in Appendix 1, including species that have been transferred from Appendix 2 to Appendix 1, as well as species in Appendix 2 subject to zero export quotas. And of course, so that would be throughout in terms of the reference of the scope. And then in subparagraph C, insertion of international between illegal and trade for consistency. And we take note of the other comments made regarding the study. We thank the Secretariat, and with that, the Standing Committee agrees that decisions 17.87 and 17.88 have been completed. Thank you all very much for your interventions. With that, we conclude our discussion on document 38. And we now turn to document 34. So document 34 on demand reduction to combat illegal trade has been prepared by the Secretariat, so I invite the Secretariat to present their report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As mandated by Decision 18.86, the Secretariat commissioned the development of CITES guidance on demand reduction strategies to combat illegal trade in CITES listed species. The Secretariat worked very closely with the consultant Visit Traffic to ensure that the guidance is a practical tool that will assist parties in their demand reduction efforts. In line with Resolution Conf 17.4 on demand reduction, the guidance focuses on targeted demand reduction strategies that aid at consumer behavior change as opposed to campaigns to raise awareness of the whole society. The guidance features a 5-step approach from identifying the species and the type of consumption behavior to change, the audience segment to target, the most effective approaches to reducing demand, to designing the most effective messages and choosing messengers. The draft guidance is found in Annex 3 of this document. In order to ensure the broad participation through an inclusive process, the Secretariat shared the draft guidance with all parties through a notification to the parties and invited all interested parties to attend a virtual workshop to review the draft guidance. The 2-day virtual workshop was held in June 2021. Comments received during and after the workshop have been incorporated into the updated version of the guidance. Some additional and very constructive comments received from the United States after the publication of this document on the CITES website are now included in version 1 of the guidance. The Secretariat would like to invite the Standing Committee to submit draft decisions in Annex 1 of this document and the revised Resolution Conf 17.4 in Annex 2 of the document for consideration at COP19. The revised resolution gives recognition to the guidance and encourages parties to make use of the guidance in their demand reduction efforts. Lastly, Madam Chair, the Secretariat would like to thank the European Union, Germany, and the United States for their financial contribution to the development of the guidance, and also Traffic for the excellent collaboration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report on the work on this guidance. On demand reduction strategies, and I understand from your report that this has gone through quite an extensive vetting process, which I'm sure is appreciated. So the Standing Committee is therefore invited to submit the draft decisions found in Annex 1 to the Conference of the Parties, as well as a revision to Resolution Comp 17.4 to recognize the CITES guidance on demand reduction strategies. So I will take views of members of the Standing Committee. I will also invite observer parties who wish to comment. Africa, please. Your microphone.
I'm sorry. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for the work prepared for this issue, which is a fundamental aspect on the fight to combat illegal trade, because if the countries see their importing countries reduce their demand, I think the exporting countries indeed would be dealing with the traffic that happens in our regions. At least that's for the African region. That is the conclusion we very much agree with. And it really I would really encourage everybody to demand reduction to combat illegal trade.
Africa, for expressing your support for the recommendations. I will open the floor to parties as well as members of the Standing Committee. So I say Singapore, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Singapore, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Singapore is committed to combating illegal trade in wildlife and strongly supports the draft CITES guidance and the inclusion of this guidance document to Resolution Conference 17.4 on demand reduction strategies to combat illegal trade in CITES listed species. In Singapore, we have already shut the domestic markets for rhinoceros, tiger, and elephant ivory products. We believe that demand reduction and public awareness on illegal wildlife trade and wildlife conservation must go hand in hand with community stewardship and outreach, because everyone plays a part in taking care of our natural environment and wildlife. In accordance with Resolution Conf 17.5 Rev Corp 18, a team of dynamic youth stewards for nature in Singapore, along with the National Parks Board, organized the Regional Youth Symposium World Wildlife Day just last week. We wish to thank CITES SecGen for taking time from a busy schedule to record the opening remarks for the Regional Youth Symposium. The symposium focused on 3 topics: wildlife trade, species recovery, and ecosystem restoration. It serves as a platform for youths in the region to voice their aspirations and discuss how they can contribute to the conservation of the region's biodiversity. The symposium was attended by more than 200 participants in the Southeast Asia region and created meaningful and useful networks for our youths to act for nature conservation in Southeast Asia. In conclusion, we support the guidance document on demand reduction. We also strongly believe that we need the leadership and actions of our young people who will in time take on the mantle of nature conservation and bring our planet towards a better and more sustainable future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Singapore. Next on my list was the United Kingdom. United Kingdom, please.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretariat for this document and for their work and efforts and the contributions of parties and of Traffic International in developing the CITES guidance on demand reduction strategies to combat illegal trade in CITES listed species set out in Annex 3 to this document. We think that this guidance will assist parties in building expertise and capacity needed to develop and implement effective demand reduction strategies based on appropriate evidence and building on best practice. We therefore support the recommendations in paragraphs 14 and 15 that the guidance is submitted for consideration and adoption by the Conference of the Parties, along with the proposed amendments to Decision 17.4 in Annex 2. As the Secretariat has highlighted, given the complex nature of demand reduction interventions, there is likely to be further benefit gained in applying the guidelines and implementing demand reduction strategies and initiatives through tailored training on the ground for specific regions or countries. We therefore also support the consideration by COP19 of the draft decisions in Annex 1, which include proposals subject to funding to make available training and technical support in implementing the guidance, and in initiating pilot projects to promote the use of guidance for selected species, countries and local contexts. As has been highlighted in the document, the UK hopes to continue to support these next steps, including through regional workshops and pilot projects. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. So I am hearing support for the proposal to submit the guidance for consideration by the COP, along with the decisions and the revisions to the resolution. So if your intervention is supportive, I'd ask you to try to be brief, please. I have the United States, followed by Indonesia and Thailand. So United States, please.
Thank you, Chair. The United States supports the recommendations to the Secretariat, including proposing that the guidance document found in Annex 3 be adopted as a living document, proposing the draft decisions found in Annex 1, and proposing the amendments to Resolution COF 17.4 found in Annex 2. With regard to the proposed amendments to Resolution COF 17.7, we do not see a need to amend the opening 2 preambular paragraphs of the resolution, and we suggest those 2 amendments not be proposed. We applaud the work of the Secretariat in developing the guidance, which serves as a practical tool for parties to design and implement their demand reduction initiatives. Additionally, given the complex nature of the subject, we support the Secretariat's recommendation that tailored on-the-ground training for specific regions and countries is appropriate in conjunction with the guidance document. Thank you.
Thank you. United States, I have Indonesia, Thailand, and Belgium. Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the outset, we would like to convey that Indonesia supports a targeted evidence-based demand reduction efforts, particularly those that affect consumer behavior through legal and regulatory reform, and that uses the latest behavioral science. Since 2017, Indonesia has implemented various demand reduction programs and strategies through a science-based approach, such as consumer research, behavior change communication campaigns, and sustainable utilization, which leads to a decrease in preference of wild-caught demands at the consumer level. And in that regard, Indonesia welcomes the development of CITES guidance on demand reduction strategies to combat illegal trade in CITES-listed species, and believe that the adoption of this guidance at COP19 will help parties and stakeholders in identifying key audience and tailoring messages accordingly. Indonesia also welcomes the amendments to Resolution 17.4 on demand reduction strategies to combat illegal trade in CITES-listed species, included in Annexes 1 and 2 for consideration by the Conference of the Parties at the 19th meeting, which ensured that the guidance will be more practical and theoretical and make the guidance easily digestible for parties, bearing in mind that parties are the main target users. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I hope to wrap this up in the next few minutes. So I have Thailand, Belgium, and Mexico. I would ask you to provide, oh, and Peru, of course. I would ask you to provide brief interventions. I will take Thailand, and then Belgium, Peru, and then Mexico. So Thailand, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. Thailand would like to express our gratitude to the CITES Secretariat for preparing the draft CITES guidance on demand reduction strategies to combat illegal trade in CITES list species in Annex 3 of this document. Thailand recognizes the importance of initiatives to reduce demand for illegal wildlife products as a necessary complement to traditional approaches focused on strengthening anti-poaching and anti-trafficking enforcement efforts. We work closely with partners to design demand reduction campaign to reduce demand on wildlife, in particular ivory and tiger specimens. Thailand would like to encourage the parties to make use of the guidelines in designing and implementing the demand reduction initiative. We support the draft decision 19AA B and D that Secretariat shall, subject to external funding, organize regional training seminar on the use of guidance and support all necessary technical support, including the use of the guidance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Thailand. I have Belgium. Belgium, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also want to thank the Secretariat for this document. We support the adoption of the guidance and also the amendments to Resolution Conf 17.4. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Peru, please.
Thank you. We would like to thank the Secretariat for all the efforts made. We would like to support the recommendations on the different issues. Peru has worked on the framework of the campaign on the strategy for the demand on reduction to combat illegal trade. We hope to see different seminars and trainings that may be organized in the future, which we'll be able to take part in. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. And my final party intervention is Mexico, please.
Good.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. Mexico takes note and acknowledges the different efforts by CITES to establish objectives that are clear and that allow us to reduce demand to combat illegal trade. Mexico believes that we must strengthen the use of existing mechanisms of notification to the parties on detection of illegal events, and we suggest to increase the exchange of information in an efficient and effective way on the corresponding platforms, as well as strengthening national legislation in this matters. And we also support the position on the Secretariat to support the decision on the promotion of mechanisms to reduction and elimination of the illicit markets for wildlife trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. So I would like to move to conclude this item. However, I'm willing to take perhaps one brief intervention from an observer, should an observer wish to take the floor. So I'll invite. Okay, so seeing no further requests for the floor, I see a lot of support. All the speakers spoke in support of the submission of the guidance for consideration by the Conference of the Parties, as well as the submission of the decisions, the draft decisions in Annex 1 of Document 34. I also heard support for the amendments to Rev Conf 17.4 on demand reduction strategies. I note the U.S. disagreed with the two amendments in the first two preambular paragraphs, but I also note that the other speakers all indicated support for these proposals in their entirety. So it is my feeling that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations from the Secretariat and agrees to submit the guidance for the consideration of the Conference of Parties, agrees to submit the draft decisions found in Annex 1 for the consideration by the Conference of Parties, and equally agrees to submit the proposed amendments to Resolution 17.4 for the consideration of the Conference of the Parties. With that, I would like to conclude our consideration of Document 34. Thank you all very much. And now we will start turning to species-specific issues, and I think we are looking at Documents 66. So now on our agenda is Document 66. We have two reports. Document 66.1 is the report of the Secretariat, and we have Document 66.2, which is the report of the Animals Committee. So I suggest that we have these reports presented by the respective authors, and then we will begin our discussion. So I'll start with Document 66.1, if we're ready. So Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chair. In Document SC 74, Doc 66.1, the Secretariat presents updates on the decisions of marine turtles. The Secretariat notes that a study on marine turtle bycatch and its possible links to international trade, referred to in paragraph 6, is available as information document SC 74 INF 27. The study was prepared thanks to the generous funding by the United States of America. The Standing Committee is invited to note the document and the implementation of decisions 18.210, 18.214, and 18.215, review the study and information document COP 18 INF 18, the responses to notifications in document SC 74, Doc 66.1, and the recommendations of the Animals Committee in document SC74, Doc 66.2, and submit recommendations to COP19 as appropriate. Given the limited time at this meeting to review all the documents and submit recommendations to COP19, the Secretariat invites the Standing Committee to renew and update Decision 18.217 directed to the Standing Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your recommendations, including your precision that the Standing Committee might want to renew and update Decision 18.217. So before we begin discussion, I will now turn to the Chair of the Animals Committee to provide the report of the work of the Animals Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Document SC 74, Doc 66.2 contains the report of the Animals Committee. I would like to thank the members of the committee for their work and input, and the Secretariat for its support. At the 18th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, they adopted decisions 18.210 to 18.217 on marine turtles were adopted. At the 31st meeting of the Animals Committee, the committee considered document AC 31, Doc 24 and its addendum by the Secretariat, which presented the implementation of these decisions. In addition, at AC 31, the committee established an in-session working group on marine turtles with the mandate to consider the review of the marine turtle study, the scientific information in the responses from parties, and revise the draft recommendations in Annex 1 to the addendum of document AC 31, Doc 24. The Animals Committee noted that the marine turtle study identified key issues where CITES and other actors can help with the conservation of marine turtles. The committee also reminded parties to include marine turtle confiscation and seizure data in their annual illegal trade report. The Animals Committee agreed to submit several decisions with regard to marine turtles for the consideration of the Standing Committee. They are contained in paragraph 6 of this document. So to sum up, the Standing Committee is invited to review the recommendations of the Animals Committee in paragraph 5 of the present document and consider the draft decision by the Animals Committee in paragraph 6 of the document and consider any additional draft decisions for submission as appropriate to the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Animals Committee Chair. So the Animals Committee invites the Standing Committee to review the recommendations in paragraph 5 and consider other additional draft decisions for submission as appropriate. And in particular, the Secretariat in their previous intervention, noting the limited time proposed in particular to the Standing Committee to consider updating Decision 18.217 in order to provide a more, some more opportunities to do a fulsome review of the study and the information. So I will seek the guidance of members of the Standing Committee on these proposals, and in particular the recommendation to renew Decision 18.217. I'll also invite parties who wish to take the floor. I see India and the United States. India, please.
Thank you, Chair. India supports the draft decision on marine turtles proposed by the Animal Committee. India has prepared a national marine turtle action plan for the period 2021 to 26, which focuses on reducing threat such as bycatch, conserving critical habitats, exchange of scientific data, and people's participation in marine turtle conservation. India also issued guidelines for management of marine megafauna stranding, which also covers marine turtles. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India, for your support of the proposal from the Animals Committee to submit the 4 draft decisions. I will continue to take parties. I had the United States and Japan. So United States, please.
Thank you, Chair. The United States appreciates the report of the Secretariat on implementation of decisions adopted at COP 18 on marine turtles. We also wish to express our appreciation for the report of the Animals Committee, its recommendations, and the draft decisions presented in this document. The United States supports having the Standing Committee note SC 74, Doc 66.1, and the implementation of the decisions 18.210, 18.214, and 18.215. We support the recommendation that the Standing Committee remind parties to include marine turtle confiscation and seizure data in their annual illegal trade report. We also support the draft decisions by the Animals Committee in paragraph 6 of SC 74, Doc 66.2. In particular, we support draft decision 19.cc, calling on the Animals Committee to consider the possible need for a new resolution on marine turtles. Therefore, the United States supports the recommendation that the Standing Committee submit these draft decisions to the 19th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Thank you.
Thank you, the United States. I had Japan, and I see members of the Standing Committee. So if it's all right, I will take Japan, and then I will turn to the Standing Committee. Japan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan appreciates the reports by the Secretariat and the Animals Committee. Japan will not oppose to submit the draft decisions prepared by the Animal Committee 31. However, we regret to say that these decisions include actions which go beyond the CITES mandates that are to regulate international trade for the conservation of endangered species. We wish to remind the Standing Committee of our basic position that fisheries-related management be addressed by fisheries authorities and relevant regional fisheries management organizations, while CITES should prioritize its implementation of trade monitoring and, most importantly, the evaluation of conservation effects of the listing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Japan, for your comments and your reminders. So I have Poland and Oceania. So Poland, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We thank the Secretariat and the Animals Committee for their reports. We note them and support all decisions as suggested by the Animals Committee. We are also of the view that elements of decisions of COP18 referring to marine turtles not already fulfilled should be renewed, including decision 18.217 as suggested by the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Poland. Oceania, please.
Thank you, Chair. Like our colleagues, we're supportive of the recommendations of the Secretariat and the Animals Committee. We do have some amendments to the draft decision 19AA in 66.2 from the Animals Committee, and an additional subparagraph we'd like to suggest be included. So if I start with the amendments, they are to subparagraph a. While we appreciate what the Animals Committee is attempting to achieve in terms of consistency and robustness, we believe it would be very difficult for parties to develop entirely standardised frameworks for marine turtles. The 7 species of turtle vary in their conservation status, threat levels, stock structure, and occurrence with and between countries. And further, the inclusion of the word determining implies that a definitive number of marine turtles that is sustainable should or could always be identified. So we think that we have some amendments that could assist all countries by providing flexibility to determine the appropriate framework for this situation and species concerned. I'm ready to read those. So our amendments to paragraph little a, we'd start with develop robust. We would strike and standardised. Carry on with frameworks for. Strike determining. Then we would insert the. Carry on with sustainable use of marine turtles that are. We would strike science-based, but replace that with based on the best scientific advice available. And then we would insert and may include, comma, but are not limited to. We would strike integrate, and then we would carry on with the paragraph as written with a determination of suitable offtake levels, etc. Would it be helpful for me to read that out as we'd imagine it written? Sure. So with our edits, we would imagine it to read, develop robust frameworks for the sustainable use of marine turtles that are based on the best scientific advice available and may include, comma, but are not limited to, comma, a determination of suitable offtake levels, and then carry on as drafted. In addition to that, we have a short additional subparagraph, which we imagine might fit well between existing drafted paragraphs D and E, which I can read when we're ready. We imagine it would read, share knowledge of bycatch mitigation strategies, including excluded devices, comma, and safe handling practices, comma, that have proven to be effective at reducing bycatch and or bycatch mortality. Full stop. Did I get that slowly enough for you, Chair? Just about.
We'll find out. Thank you, Oceania. So Oceania is also in support of the recommendations, but they are proposing some amendments to the proposals from the Animals Committee. So they would have little subparagraph little a of 19AA read, develop robust frameworks for the sustainable use of marine turtles that are based on the best scientific advice available and may include, but are not limited to, a determination of suitable offtake levels, etc. And they would also insert a new subparagraph after subparagraph D that, if I caught it, would read, share knowledge of bycatch mitigation strategies, including exclusion devices and safe handling practices that have proven to be effective at reducing bycatch and or bycatch mortality. So the idea here is also to encourage parties to share knowledge about bycatch mitigation strategies for reducing bycatch. I think that's clear. I'm looking to the Animals Committee Chair to see if there's anything in there that perhaps contravenes the discussions you had, but I see you generally positively, so thank you on that. I will continue to take interventions from parties on this, on the report of the Animals Committee and the Secretariat, the advice being provided. So far, what I've heard is that there's support for the Animals Committee decisions. There is support there is support to renew the decision 18.217 and indeed those aspects of the existing decisions that have not been fulfilled. And of course, to remind parties to include marine turtle confiscation and seizure data in their annual illegal trade report. I will continue to take interventions, and I think I saw Mexico followed by Senegal. Mexico, please.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam.
México se encuentra en la mejor disposición
Mexico is in a very good position to share information with respect to what is being done nationally to protect sea turtles. We want to set up cooperation programs so that we have exchange of information, as well as ensuring the full and total recovery of wild populations. We do feel that it would be good to ensure that there is coordination among conventions. We do think that there is a need to think about what the limits might be on the activities of this convention, but it would be possible to work with others, particularly conventions dealing with fisheries. With Mexico, we of course have to think of the yellow turtle, careta, which of course is divided between Japan and Mexico. So we have the Inter-American Convention for the Protection of Sea Turtles. And we do think that we need to avoid overlap and ensure that we enhance our use of resources used when it comes to information management, when it comes to the protection of sea turtles. Thank you, Madam.
Muchas gracias, Mexico.
Thank you, Mexico.
And I'll take it that you also agree with the decisions and the proposals from the Secretariat and the Animals Committee. I had Senegal, please. Senegal.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senegal also entirely agrees with the decision proposed by the Animals Committee. With respect to sea turtles, Senegal does have a plan of action. We have 5 different turtles, the number of different turtles, and we have had some indication of the Kemsriddhi sea turtle, but that hasn't been confirmed. But we have 4 or 5 other species whose presence is confirmed, and they do face a number of threats. They are captured, there is poaching of the eggs, climate change, all of which represents a threat to the sea turtles of Senegal. Then there is another potential threat, and that has to do with gas and oil extraction in Senegal. That too is a threat to these turtles. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal, and thank you, parties. And I will gently remind you to please try to focus your interventions on the decisions. I'm hearing good support for the decisions. I'm also hearing, it's my understanding that there's agreement with some of the amendments proposed by Oceania. I'm seeing some nodding heads on that side, so that's excellent to see. I'm willing to take 1 or 2 short interventions from observers. I see one observer flag in the far corner. I think it's WWF. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe we should call this the bold corner. This intervention is on behalf of 12 observer organisations, and details have been sent to the Secretariat. We welcome the Secretariat's report and the progress made with relevant partners to bring to their attention and further explore opportunities to address illegal marine turtle trade. We also thank the United States of America for its contribution to and are encouraged by the Secretariat's commissioning of the study to examine marine turtle bycatch and its relationship to trade. For those countries where the Secretariat hasn't received requests from parties for assistance, and with limited party responses to the notifications, we remain concerned that turtle decisions are generally not being implemented. This is reflected, for example, in 2 recent reports raising concerns about the ongoing illegal marine turtle trade in Japan, and we have no reason to suppose that Japan is in any way unique in this regard. As such, we also welcome the Animals Committee report and draft decisions contained therein, particularly draft decision 19.cc, which draws attention to the need for a new resolution on marine turtles. We believe it would be possible to prepare a draft resolution already for consideration by COP19, and we would encourage parties with the capacity to do so to work together towards this end. We hope that the bycatch study would also be taken into account, and we stand ready to help if requested. Such a resolution should replace Resolution Conf 9.20 Rev on guidelines for evaluating marine turtle ranching proposals submitted pursuant to Resolution Conf 11.16 Rev Cop 15. Since there has been no such proposal submitted in the last 2 decades, and given the status of marine populations, none is anticipated. On draft decision 19.AA, subparagraph A, we encourage that determination of any suitable offtake levels takes into account levels of illegal trade. On draft decision 19.BB, little b, we recall that the Secretariat study on marine turtle trade highlighted domestic take as a major issue. While some see that this falls outside of CITES mandate, it is clearly addressed under CMS Article 3, subparagraph 5, which prohibits take of Appendix 1 species. We therefore encourage the coordination with the CMS Secretariat envisioned under the draft decision to particularly explore ways to tap into that synergy to tackle illegal take. Lastly, we strongly welcome the Secretariat's continued offer to assist parties with CITES relevant implementation and offer our continued support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, WWF. So with that intervention, I conclude that the Standing Committee agrees to advance the decisions proposed by the Animals Committee to the Conference of the Parties with the amendments proposed by Oceania. The Standing Committee agrees with the recommendation of the Animals Committee to remind parties to include marine turtle confiscation and seizure data in their annual illegal trade reports. And the Standing Committee agrees to advance a renewal of Decision 18.217 and any of the other decisions related to marine turtles who have not yet been fulfilled. And so I take that as the conclusions on this item. And I will turn now to the 3 documents which we will take together on sharks and ray. This is agenda item 67. So I am now turning our attention to documents 67.1, 67.2, and 67.3. These are 3 different reports related to sharks and rays, dealing with aspects of the suite of decisions on these species. So given that there's a lot of intertwined bits, we're going to take all 3 together to come up with conclusions to advance to the Conference of the Parties. So with that, perhaps I can first turn to document 67.1. This document was submitted by the United States as chair of the working group, and my appreciation to the United States for agreeing to chair. And I will turn to you to introduce the document, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States presents this document as chair of the Standing Committee Intersessional Working Group on Sharks and Rays. The membership of this working group included 23 parties and 13 observers. For your reference, the membership is listed in paragraph 4 of this document. As described in this document, the mandate of this working group was to carry out the work called for by Decision 18.224, including development of a guidance on the making of legal acquisition findings and related assessments for introduction from the sea for CITES listed shark species. In addition, we were mandated to develop new guidance or identify existing guidance on the control and monitoring of stockpiles of shark parts and derivatives. Although the working group made progress through email, we did not have sufficient time to complete the mandate. For this reason, the working group recommends renewing Decision 18.224 with some edits as provided in the document. In addition, the working group drafted some additional decisions that we recommend to be put forward to the COP19 in the joint report called for by Decision 18.225. That's the joint report that the chairs of the Standing Committee Sharks and Rays Working Group and the Animals Committee Sharks and Rays Working Group will present at COP19. One of the decisions encourages the Secretariat to liaise with relevant regional fishery management organizations to identify opportunities for capacity building of those organizations. Another decision invites broader participation from the parties, especially from those parties that would benefit from the guidance called for pending acceptance of the renewed Decision 18.224 at COP19. The working group invites the committee to review our recommendations and draft decisions. I'd like to thank working group members for their participation in this working group and their input into this document. And I'd like to thank the Secretariat for its assistance in gathering reference documents as identified in paragraph 5E. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, United States. And thank you in particular to the working group who proposes 3 draft decisions to be submitted to the Conference of the Parties based on the deliberations of the working group. So before we begin discussion, I will first turn now to the Secretariat to introduce document 67.2.
Thank you, Chair. In document SC 74, Doc 67.2, the Secretariat presents updates on the implementation of decisions 18.219 to 18.222, which includes an analysis information from the CITES trade database on commercial trade in CITES-listed sharks and rays in Annex 2, and key findings from a study conducted by Traffic that addresses the study under Decision 18.221 in Annex 3. The full study is included as information document SC74 INF 24. The Standing Committee is invited to take note of the document and the implementation of decisions 18.220, 18.221, and 18.222. Comment on the information in Annex 2 and Annex 3 of the present document. Consider the contribution of the Animals Committee to the joint report to COP19 requested under Decision 18.225, and consider the Secretariat's suggestion to work with the Chair of the Standing Committee, Chair of the Animals Committee, and the Animal Committee lead on the agenda item to merge the draft decisions proposed by the Animals and Standing Committee to be presented to COP19. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your report, and I draw particular attention to the Standing Committee to the recommendation that once we discuss the suite of decisions to charge the Secretariat with the Standing Committee Chair, the Animals Committee Chair, and the lead on sharks for the Animals Committee to compile these into a coherent package. With that, I will turn to the Chair of the Animals Committee for your report on 67.3, please.
Thank you, Chair. This refers to document SC 74, Doc 67.3, which is the report of the Animals Committee. Again, I would like to thank the members of the committee for their work and the Secretariat for its support in all this work. At its 18th meeting, the Conference of the Parties adopted decisions 18.218 to 18.225 on sharks and rays. At AC 31, the Animals Committee established an in-session working group on sharks and rays to deal with the relevant decisions on sharks. In document SC74 Doc 67.3, the Animals Committee presents its recommendations in paragraph 6 to 16, with those directed to the Standing Committee in paragraph 6 to 8. The Animals Committee also proposes a set of draft decisions. In drafting these decisions, the working group used a rather unusual way of presenting them, meaning that the old set of decisions was used as a template, and the decisions relevant to the mandate of the Animals Committee were amended, deleted, or new decisions added. The decisions that had been directed to the Standing Committee were left as they were before. Therefore, the draft decisions in the Annex 2 of this document, which are of a scientific nature on non-detriment findings, conversion factors, capacity building, identification and trade, are the ones proposed by the Animals Committee. The draft decision relating to legislation, legal acquisition findings, stockpiles and the illegal trade have been included for the Standing Committee's review and update based on the work of the Intersession Working Group on Sharks. The idea was that we might have a working group that could then do that in that working group, which we cannot have now. If you want, I can detail which decisions are actually the Animals Committee decisions, if you wish so.
Thank you, Animals Committee Chair. I think it would be useful if you could just outline, based on the proposals in your Annex 2, just which either a decision or subparagraph the Animals Committee touched on, just so we can take note of that.
Okay, I will do that slowly because it's rather complicated. So we have decision 19AA. It's the paragraphs A, C, and E. Then the whole of 19BB. In 19CC, it is paragraph A, subparagraph little I, letter A, and subparagraphs little I, and I, paragraphs B, C, and E. You know what I meant when I said it was coming? Okay, good. Then the whole of 19DD, 19EE, paragraphs B, C, and D, and the whole of 19FF and 19HH. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Animals Committee. So between the report from the Animals Committee as well as the report of the Standing Committee Working Group, there are some decisions proposed, or renewal of decisions, or modifications of decisions for being proposed for submission to the Conference of the Parties for their consideration. And as the Secretary has suggested, I would be interested in the views of the committee and the parties on those aspects. And then if the Standing Committee agrees, the Secretariat, along with the chairs of the Standing Committee and Animals Committee, in consultation with the lead for sharks from the Animals Committee, could work to ensure these are well harmonized and reflect the intent of both committees. So with that, I would like to take your views on the decisions being suggested both from the Animals Committee and the Standing Committee Working Group, and your comments on the three documents that are presented before you. And again, I would ask you to please focus on providing your guidance on the path forward based on the recommendations made to the Standing Committee. So I start with requests from members of the Standing Committee. I see Oceania, followed by Senegal. Oceania first, please.
Thank you, Chair. We're back with some more language amendments. Briefer ones. So it relates to document 67.1 from the working group, decision 19XX2, directed to the Standing Committee. paragraph A. So I'll read it from the start. Our amendments are in the first part of this paragraph. So we would start develop guidance on the making of legal acquisition findings and related assessments for. Then we would insert trade of sharks caught on the high seas, open bracket, including. Then we would carry on introductions from the sea and close the bracket after C. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Australia. So this is in reference to SC 67 Doc 1, the report from the working group, and Oceania is suggesting an amendment to paragraph A of 19XX2 directed to the Standing Committee to create some precision there by adding after assessments for, so develop guidance on the making of legal acquisition findings and related assessments for trade of sharks caught on the high seas, open bracket, including introduction from the sea, close brackets. Continuing on. Senegal, please, followed by Panama. Senegal.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. Senegal would like to congratulate the group on this document, as well as all the other 67 documents. However, efforts are still necessary to guarantee the implementation in Annex 2 of the CITES Convention. We would like to take note that new tools for the implementation would be necessary, including full identification of the necessary tools that have been presented during this meeting and in previous meetings of the Standing Committee. In this regard, Senegal would like to invite all parties to share all these tools through the Secretariat and make sure that the data on captures and commerce trade of species be submitted in time. As we have said yesterday, Senegal recently carried out notifications on shark species in the North and South Atlantic, like it was suggested in the Annex 3 of the document 67 on decision 18/220. Due to the low quantities of the species in the North Atlantic, we would like to submit to the Secretariat a new text so that it could be added in order to encourage other parties to carry out similar efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. We take note of your invitation. Next on my list is Panama. Panama, please.
Thank you, Chair. En relación a los tres documentos,
with regards to these three documents, sharks and rays have reproductive activities that are similar to other animals, which is why they're endangered species. It's important to confirm the reality of those data of captured species, and it's important because the reports show that many fins are still exiting many countries towards the international market. Panama would like to show an interest in working in the intersessional working group as soon as it's possible, according to the rules of procedure. As for the RFMOs, it's important to have observers of external staff in order to observe the capture of sharks in waters outside but inside jurisdiction. But this legislation is set up by the country, so it's important to make sure that we are able to supervise non-declared fishing that leads, by definition, to illegal trade. There's 44 elasmobranchi species in CITES, but this is not enough because we can still see how the stocks of those sharks and many other similar species are being deplenished. We would like to thank the support and the financing by the European Union, and we would like to reiterate the extreme need to implement the information to know what the stock is for sharks and rays. We would also like to thank the support received by the Secretariat during the pandemic in line to manage the issue of export of fins and sharks. We would like to also thank the Secretariat on the report on the implementation of decisions relating to sharks and taking into account their products, which very often include oils and others which are often not included. We are very concerned about the lack of data and information on the trade of sharks. Hammer sharks, for example, are the highest the species with the highest level of trade, and this puts in danger the sustainability of these species, as well as the corridor that includes countries like Panama and Costa Rica. Other species like Alcarino calciformis are subject to Appendix 2 due to the depletion of stocks and the difficulty of identifying the fins of these species. This is the reason why Panama would like to suggest that all species of this family be included in Appendix 2, and we suggest all parties to support this proposal. We would like to also mention that the lack of data should not mean that we have to wait to regulate international trade, because as we know, we have the necessary principles that can allow us to regulate a vulnerable species, especially those who take so long to reproduce. As the document says, there's a lack of data. This is also a local problem due to the lack of surveillance, locally speaking. Very often, the fishermen who sell fins having fished the shark, and very often they're suffering the unbalanced ecosystem.
To just draw your comment. Thank you so much for your intervention, but can I ask you to draw your comments to conclusion and to give me your views on the document and the proposals? Thank you so much.
We would like to support the recommendation made by the Secretariat on the investigation of the difference between and discrepancies on data and historic captures. And finally, we would like to say that most species are in Appendix 2 and they are vulnerable and endangered. Like jaguars, sharks are predators in the seas, like jaguars in the forest. Thank you.
Thank you, Panama, and thank you also for your introduction and your intention of forwarding a proposal to the Conference of the Parties. So again, I'm hearing support for the proposals coming from the Animals Committee as well as those from the working group. I don't see any concerns as of yet with the edits proposed by Oceania. I was hoping that we could wrap this up and move on to eels. Looking like I will not be successful, which means tomorrow we will have time limits. So Japan, please, followed by Peru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. Japan can support the actions provided in the draft decisions, but we want to note that in the draft decision, in the document 67.1, the draft decision 90.xx2, it should be noted that we have already have the conference decision in T.7 on legal acquisition findings. That is applies not only to shark species but also to all CITES listed species, including terrestrial species. So Japan believes that when developing a guidance on the making of the legal acquisition findings and related assessments, for CITES listed shark species, we think that existing recommendations, Annex 1 and 2 of Conference Resolution 18.7 must be fully used in developing guidance, so that the process would become unnecessarily complicated and thus become inefficient. So we want to use the existing materials as much as possible. And also, regarding the report by the Animals Committee, Japan support the draft decisions prepared by the committee, and we just wish to highlight the efforts and roles of FAO in providing scientific advice through the expert panel for CITES listing proposals related to sharks and rays. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan, for your support and your caution. I have Peru and then Brazil. So Peru, please.
Bueno, esto hablo por la región.
I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the region. We would like to thank the Secretariat, the working group and the committee, the Animals Committee, on this work. In the region, it's important that we get guidelines on the drafting of the NDFs. This would allow us to improve the livelihood and the support of the different documentation. It's also important to have a clear and uniform lines on the different species in the appendices of the convention. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, I'm hearing support. So unless I have interventions that are not in favor, I think it would be timely to move forward. Brazil, you wish to intervene?
I'll be very brief. I will respect your retirement age. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Brazil holds a number of sharks and rays as parts of its national biodiversity. We therefore thank the Secretariat, the Animals Committee, and the United States for the work done as chair of the working group. We look forward to being able to participate in a renovated group on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. So I would like to now conclude this item. I will give one shot to one intervention from an organization. I would ask you to keep your intervention to under 1 minute, please. I see FAO.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to the Secretariat for their work in preparing the papers and France for hosting us in the Standing Committee. FAO welcomes the INFDOC 24, the Traffic Missing Sharks report that helps the CITES community document issues in reporting trade in sharks listed on the CITES appendices. FAO wishes to highlight complementary data, such as the 2021 CITES in the Sea report and the Fisheries and Aquaculture Technical Paper 666, including the FAO Fisheries and Aquaculture Circular 1156, a country and regional prioritisation for supporting implementation of CITES provisions for sharks. FAO highlights the important work of the CITES party in strengthening implementation of the Convention through investment in policy frameworks as well as on-ground practices. As always, FAO stands by to partner where possible. Noting the recommended action in the Traffic Missing Sharks report for parties to document activity related to new species as a baseline, this burdens parties' authorities. Possibly for some it's okay, but a challenge for those with less capacity. An alternative tool that allows parties to make snapshot assessments of the impact of CITES measures on shark resources was developed by FAO in cooperation with national fisheries experts in Southeast Asia. This is published as Friedman et al. 2018. Maybe this study can be repeated to examine progress. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, FAO. And so now I would like to conclude on the discussion related to sharks and rays. I've heard lots of positive support for the outcomes that were presented both by the working group, from the Standing Committee, as well as by the Animals Committee. Gabon, unless you oppose, I would really like to conclude, or else we will not be able to finish. Do you oppose the proposals from the Standing Committee working group or the Animals Committee? Gabon?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair. We simply wanted to support the fact that we are in favor of the recommendation made by the Secretariat to join reports as well as all the decisions relative to the document. Simply that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabon, and that is my understanding of the will of the committee as well. So I am now going to conclude, unless there is opposition from members of the Standing Committee. Is there opposition? Then do you oppose the adoption of these recommendations?
I'm sorry, Chair. We are not against it, but we cannot say that we support, especially Senegal with Panama in the framework of the exclusions, how together we are going to be able to go in the same direction. Thank you.
Sorry, so thank you, Africa, but I am working on the recommendations to the committee right now. So we will look on the documents here. And I would like to, so it's my understanding, therefore, that the Standing Committee agrees with the recommendations from the working group on sharks and rays of the Standing Committee as presented by the United States. And agrees with the amendment proposed by Australia to Decision 19XX2A. So we agree with these decisions. It is equally my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees with the proposals from the Animals Committee found in document 67.3, and that therefore the Standing Committee agrees to advance this suite of decisions to the Conference of the Parties for their consideration. However, noting that we want to bring these together, it is my understanding that the Standing Committee agrees to charge the Animals Committee Chair, along with the Standing Committee Chair and the Secretariat, working with the Animals Committee lead on sharks and rays to bring this package together coherently. So that would just be editorial work. The intent of all of the agreements would be transmitted to the Conference of the Parties. So that is my conclusion on this document, and unfortunately I don't imagine we will be able to take eels in the next few minutes. So instead, I do wonder, we have had summary record 1 and 2 available for a full day, so if we could take this last 3 minutes of the agenda to look at SC 74 Sum 1. So does everyone have SC 74 Sum 1 in front of them? So I will then note that this is the summary record for Monday, the 7th of March in the morning, and I will invite participants if they have any comments or corrections to make to the summary record. Not summary, sorry, the executive summary. The summary record will come later. Yeah. United States, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to be clear, we're on Sum 1, correct? Okay. Okay, so the United States would like to recommend an edit on page 2 under Decision 19AA, subparagraph C, or paragraph C, to delete the language following the parentheses GEF8. That was the recommendation.
Okay, thank you, United States. So in your view, the executive summary for the access to finding discussion is not accurately reflected?
Yes, if you could hold, please.
Okay, I will go back and review that with my own notes, if that's all right with you, but I'll take note right now of that point.
Concern. Okay, thank you. And would you like to do this? Sorry. These were her issues, so I apologize.
Okay, I
Go ahead.
apologize for the switch. So there was a question about one of the strikeouts, and it was to 19.DDB when this agenda item came up. And I responded that for that particular strikeout, it could be disregarded since as appropriate was included. And in the summary record, I'm seeing multiple strikeouts were disregarded when as appropriate was included there. So from my understanding, the disregarded strikeout was just with respect to 19.DDB.
Okay, thank you, United States. It's looking like we're going to have to review this again against my notes to ensure that it was accurately captured. So so I will take note of that. Are there additional points?
No. No, thank you.
Okay, so thank you. So based on those comments and my need to go back to my notes, we are not ready to adopt Sum 1. And I also note that it is now past 10 o'clock, so I don't think we will move to Sum 2 just yet. Although, of course, if anyone has noticed errors, are free to let me know so we can take those in, make sure those corrections are made. However, we will return back to the summary records tomorrow. There's also summary record 3 and 4 available, so I encourage parties to look at all 4 of those executive summaries, sorry. And with that, I will conclude. Tomorrow, we will start our agenda with eels and continue. As you can see, we are well behind. So tomorrow, I will be asking all parties to limit their interventions to 2 minutes, please. And I will also be asking observers to limit your interventions to less than 2 minutes. So I do hope to continue to be able to hear from everyone who wishes to speak, but I would ask you to consider limiting your interventions and, of course, focusing on the question at hand. In addition, there might be some other... Oh, there's some housekeeping. Okay, so our colleagues from France are not here, but we understand there may be a strike of public transit tomorrow evening. So while you will have no problem arriving, there might be some challenges departing, and we will look to our colleagues from France to provide us with more information. Of course, if we finish in the morning, this isn't a problem. But we all know. So thank you so much for your participation today, and I look forward to another productive day tomorrow. Anything else? Thank you.